All right, hold on. I'm trying to fix the minor issue with what you call it, the thing failing, where it doesn't work if there is no like sub message or something. Also, why can't I hear it? Oh, I know why I can't hear it. One moment. Let me go plug that in. I figured out what the problem was. Something changed in the code and a different exception was being thrown when there were no items. Okay, well that's cool. That sounds awful. But now I've changed it to use a generic exception handler. So that should work. Git status, git commit, -am fix API server, git push. Okay. Oh. Stream PC does not have GitHub write access. Cool. Okay, well, let's just do that, and then I guess go restart the audio interface. One moment. One moment. Almost there. Okay, maybe there. Let me restart Deck Talk. One more time.
Deck Talk is now online.
Why is it mono? It doesn't look like it's mono for you guys. Maybe my cable's finally hosed. Oh, I'm gonna restart that one more time for myself. I'll catch up in just a second. Hold on.
Deck Talk is now online.
Why it's mono only for me? Why?
Chlorocoon says CHER 100 a bad cable. Here. That's a rare event. End of line.
One moment. Why is it mono? I mean, it's only bent like 15 degrees. I can't see why it would be bad. I'd only whacked it with my chair. One moment. I can't read chat. I haven't brought that up yet.
Is now online.
Oh my gosh, fine. I guess I'm suffering with mono today.
100 a bad cable. Here. That's a rare event.
That'll make it way more noticeable at least, because I will feel like an idiot every single time something makes a sound.
CHER 100 and the crowd goes wild for a working Deck Talk gate which can't hype. End of line.
Okay. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Spongy, thank you for the 100 bits there. Okay, so I got a thing I want to try out real quick, okay? Two things, actually. So here's the first thing. We have, like, working sound and all that fun jazz, okay? You remember from yesterday, I set up my phone so I can stream to the server. Okay, I'm going to do that here, okay? So I am starting the stream. And it connects. Okay, we got all that fun video stuff. Now, I'm going to try something. I'm going to mute my microphone. And there we are. I think after 5 seconds, if it gets no audio from the office, it automatically switches the audio over to the phone so that it will work. Normally it mutes the audio because we don't want double audio. Now, that's probably going to sound not amazing, but, you know, it's better than no audio. Now, here's the other thing. Oh, I'm sure it's terrible, Spongy. Yeah. That's not meant to be a good option. That's meant to be a the internet in the office went down option. So that's all that is meant to be. Okay. The server has now automatically muted this source, which is nice. But I have another thing I can do. So I changed a thing on my phone here and redoing it. Boom! Look at that. That's way better because that's now local in the office only. So I now have Wi-Fi, direct stuff. Basically, I brought home this Wi-Fi dongle and plugged it in. So yeah, now we have this so that we can do mobile stuff way better. I'm thinking I might pay the money for this. The watermark doesn't bother me too much, at least for right now. I mean, I'm not planning on using this for recording like an actual video or something, but I think this is going to work. I think I like this, so probably going to buy it. Yeah, you know, it becomes an option. Streaming thrift store runs. I mean, I guess theoretically, don't bother. Why don't bother? The watermark makes it funnier. Yeah. Oh, look, I can do selfie streams now. Cool. So, this is my office. We can walk and talk now. That's awful. I don't like that. That's terrible. So, all right. We got that. Extreme close up. Oh, the other thing that would be funny. Actually, I should add an unregistered hypercam one instead. I can change the lenses. So I think this is the ultra wide. Yeah. So I can do that. 1 hertz frame rate. So I tested this earlier. It seems like after like 2 minutes, maybe 1 minute, it gets real choppy, but then it sorts itself out and becomes much smoother again. So yeah, what phone is that? This is a Samsung, I was going to say Galaxy. I think I don't know. It's an S24 Ultra. So yeah, the ultra wide is luxurious for this kind of handheld video. Oh my gosh, it's so nice. Yeah. This is actually basically what I see. That is pretty close to my field of vision for what is like useful. So needs a chest holster. I technically could do that, but don't really need to. But yeah. So, yeah, we now have this. So let's just have a little bit of fun with this for the moment, and let me walk you through the data general stuff and what's going on here. So this morning I came bad phone. Okay, let me tighten these a little more, I suppose. We go on field trips to Harbor Freight now. Yeah. Okay. So, I got in here and I wanted to test some stuff. Oh, the mono. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. All right, so I tested some stuff. So let's turn on terminal. All right. And this is the single terminal boot floppy. So we're going to take this. Here's our first person data general. All right. So we go down here. Okay, and then we pop this one out. That is the multi-terminal disk. We're going to put that like right here just for now. Okay, now we take this one and we pop it in. Boop. Close the door, which by the way, delightful metal. Then we turn on the drive. And then we come up here, we rotate the key. And now we are running. Okay. So we come back over to the terminal. We can see we have started.
Says we really need like sound effects now. CHER 100. End of line.
1970s IT job guy simulator, yeah. So, okay, so now I type 33L. We wait a moment, file name, hit enter. It complains that the system wasn't released or whatever, even though it was. Or maybe this one will just work. Okay, that one just worked. All right, so I'd like to point out here that this just got to the date prompt. This is significant. That's going to work from here, so it'll just take a second. It'll give me the R prompt. Boop, there we go. That's fully booted. This is the terminal that has my new cable. So that one goes off over to the data general and is plugged in. So the new cable's working fine. So this bears the question. What was happening? Well, first off, let's go over here. Let's turn on this terminal, boop, which is connected with the other cable. So now we're going to go here. I'm going to do release DP0. And what that does is it basically unloads the operating system. All right, now we can go back over to the computer. We can grab our disk, pull that back out, pop it into the sleeve. That definitely happened off camera. Here we go. Oh, by the way, look out. Ooh, speaking of which, I shouldn't put that too close. I got the bottom thing on. Turns out this is really, really close, like too close to this. This is held on with magnets now, but it's way, way too tight. Anyway, multi-user, putting that in, closing the door. We're already booted. Back over to here, 33L. Now we wait. Well, it's a lot easier to type when I'm not holding a heavy phone with one hand. All right. So now we wait. I don't need to use the phone for this, but this is more fun right now. There we go. Beep, beep. Dual beep, and it just sits here forever. But I discovered something interesting. So if we take this terminal and we just night-night, now we're going to go back over here. The system's locked. I don't know why. So I'm going to set it to reset and then back to run. Back over to here. We're back at the prompt, 33L. We're going to boot again. File name, go. Don't tell me it wasn't properly released. Yada, yada. And come on. It's a date prompt. So that's now working, which begs a question. We turned this off. What happens if we turn it back on? Oh, you know what? I'm totally just going to do this. We're doing 70s computer simulator here. Okay. So there we go. We have the light. So now we go over to this one and we're going to do dump TT01 space, and we're going to do SG dot, not SG. We're going to do sys dot SG. I could almost type that. SG. And what this will do is this will dump to the teletype output the sys.sg file, which is the configuration file. So all I have to do is hit this, and over here, boom, it printed. So it worked. Not only is it printing, by the way, this is not a phone artifact. That's bright, that's dim. It's using the fancy formatting commands. So it works. Two terminals works, But it won't boot like that for some reason. I don't know why. So that's where we're now at. All right, I think that's enough phone fun. So yeah. That was very fun. I don't know if I said it, but Swarm, thank you for the 100 bits. Okay. So I really don't know where to go from there. Maybe hardware flow control? I mean, this has the good cable. That's the thing. That one's got the good cable, and that's the one that's having the problem. Turn to backrooms tint. I don't know. Here's the thing. The phone is making everything overly blue with its automatic white balance. So what it's doing, it's seeing the yellow table very, very prominently and making it gray. So you can see the closer I get to that, the less yellow it becomes. So as I widen it out, you can see it becomes more yellow as more stuff gets into view. So it's seeing this kind of stuff, and it's changing the colors. The walls, they're not actually white here. The lights are not actually white. Like if I put that there, it'll white balance to that. It didn't like going up against the light, I guess. That's interesting. Let me restart the video. I'm curious if it'll white balance the blinds. Yeah, it's making the blinds gray. The blinds are not gray. So, this camera is actually, or hold on, waiting. That camera is actually correctly white balanced. It might be possible for me to lock the white balance in Droid Cam. I just haven't explored that yet. Very extreme white balancing, yeah. Tried swapping the serial cables between two dashers to see if the problem moves. Are we beyond that point? No, we haven't done that yet. We could totally do that. I'm going to do it over here. Okay, so that's post null modem. So if I do that here and here. Wait a minute. Why is it being weird? Let me think about this. Okay, this is slightly odd. Because that's right. The gender is different on the new one. So I need adapters. So that won't plug in there. Guess these are all the adapters I need. So there. And there. Now that cable is very, very short. Hopefully that doesn't do anything bad. In theory, yes. Okay. So we now have the main console prompt over here. That's interesting, that's dim, but it may not have had the control character. There we go. So list. This is the first time using this terminal with the thing, by the way. Droid Cam has options for freezing, exposure, and white balance. Oh, I'm sure it does. I just didn't look at it. I only reached 100K? Cool. Paint everything white, yeah. But, we can try release. Oh, that's right. Rub out somewhere super weird. Wait, why is it not working? Oh, no. Is it dumb? All right, well, let's just do this. Hold on. Now it's going to try and find this. Hold on. This uses DSLR shaky phone cam on my 77, which makes me feel a bit dizzy. Oh, yeah. I'm never going to switch to mostly phone cam. And when I do use it mostly in the future, I'm hoping to, like, solid mount it to things, because that's going to be a lot better. Oh, my gosh! This isn't going to work.
100, is it dumb? Or is this data general normal? End of line.
What excitement are we up to? Still have 2.5 hours yesterday left to watch. Oh, no. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits there. Ben, we're attempting to release DP0. We're attempting dual dasher booting. This is the D1 dasher, essentially. I've got the original dasher over here. This is now connected to the secondary console. This is connected to the primary. So we're going to do 33L, and we'll see what happens. All right, so we're just I'm gonna wide shot this for now. I don't really feel like I need a gimbal. I'm much happier with just mounts. Fail again. That's so weird.
Ultimate says get in, loser. We're going to hook 2 consoles up to Shelby's Micronova. CHEER 100. End of line.
Ben, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah. Thanks for multi-streaming. Twitch is unusable. Ah, well, I'm glad that that's helpful. So you can mount the gimbal on the stand and do presets. Oh, if it could do face tracking, that would almost be worth it. It might be able to, but then I'd probably have to run their app, and then streaming wouldn't work as well, so I don't know. But all right, that's super weird. So yeah, it gets hung up on the date prompt. I don't know why. None of the keys I can press seem to do anything. Control C, Control A, Control Q, nothing. Nothing does anything. So, happens if you hot reset the computer earlier, but without shutting down the terminal. I haven't technically tried that. We can. So, power switch to reset. Now to run. It's going to bring back up the memory monitor address, 33L, to boot the disk again. Control-Alt-Delete. Well, there isn't a delete key, so I can't do that. File name. Continue. I was expecting the other client to dial in, but it works when there's nothing connected. So I don't know if you were here earlier, Paul Guy, but if I turn off the other terminal, then it will continue. I haven't tried turning it off once it's sitting here, so we can do that now. But yeah, there it hung again. So let's see. Nope, still waiting. 150, ouch. Oh, I have seen the one that has this onboard face tracking. Yeah, if I remember correctly too, that one, it doesn't have a good dead zone. I don't know if that was software configurable or not. So if you were like sitting in one place talking to it and your like very slight body movements would still cause it to move around. Let's see, did you turn it back on? Yes, I did. So the way that it works is there is a key here that has a reset position. So I set it to that, which is soft off, and then back to run, which re-enables it. But now I'll go ahead and do that again. Soft reset, back to run, 33L. I've never seen dim on this one, so I'm actually kind of curious to do this. So the terminal can be queried for things. That is possible. So it could be trying to query something from the terminal, and then it's not getting a response back that it likes or something. I don't know. I haven't tried it with, I mean, no, it was off. There we go. So date prompt. So now I'm going to turn this one back on. 1/1/88. Because Ben wasn't here, I'm going to show Ben success here. Does send Control E during boot to both TTYs. So it definitely sends the bells, but it sends them staggered, which is really weird. Is manual handling 2 terminals? No, the manual doesn't cover like squat for this. We're not expecting to have 2 consoles. We believe that you have to have RDOS, not DOS for 2 consoles. So we don't think that's going to work. Anyway, so Ben can see this. If I do dump TTO, oh, hold on. TTO1 and then sys.sg. to the second prompt or a second terminal, we will get a printout. Boom. There we go. And then it's even cooler because that's actually dim text. You know what? Is the capture working? I want to see what dim text looks like on the capture. It is working. It is super dim on the capture. That's crazy. They're playing around with the dim. So it works. Both terminals work. Both serial connections work. But I don't think it wants to have two actual terminals connected. I don't think any of my manuals would cover a setup with two terminals. Okay, programming, no. Command line, no. Technical reference, no. Oh, that's staple stain. Programmer's reference, no. How to generate your DOS system. I think that the only thing this covers is like literally the initialization. After sysgen, optimizing disk space, managing diskette space, system speed. You know, I never read the system speed thing. Now I don't see anything about multiple clients. Yeah, I think we just can't do that with DOS. Maybe looking for xfg command execute foreground. You spawn a second process on RDOS. Oh, and then the other thing is learning to use your RDOS DOS system. You know, that could potentially have something. Hold on, let me just look through the table of contents here real quick, see if it's got anything about multiple clients. Okay, at the console, blah, at the console. Common commands, creating, editing text, Fortran programming, basic programming. Programming in RDOS or DOS, that's assembly. Nope. Does not seem to cover multiple terminals. All right, well, it doesn't matter because I don't think we're going to run multiple terminals anyway. Unmanaged, unmapped RDOS, no MMU, you have to manually specify the memory split between the foreground and background processes. All very rudimentary. Yeah, we're not going to bother with that. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to say this is functioning as intended, I think. Because I can't think of anything that we could do differently here. Unless there is some magic flag somewhere that's going to change how this works. It's weird that it just hangs on boot. I kind of don't like that, but it only hangs on boot if we have a dasher connected. We didn't have that problem with the DT1, at least I don't think. Hold on. It is that. I don't know if the DT1 is going to need null modem or not, so we'll test this before. It is going to need a male-to-male gender changer, though. Cool. So much serial stupidity. Gender changer, that's female to female. Yeah, there we go. Male-to-male cable, that'll work. All right, hold on. Let me do... So I'm going to run the dump command again, and I'm going to send it to the DT1, and we'll see if we get anything over there. Dump TT01 sys.sg. If we don't get anything here, I'm going to add the null modem adapter. Looks like I need the null modem adapter. One more time. Dump Pt01 sys.sg. There we go. Okay, so there's data. So now let's try and reboot with this connected and see if it works or not. So US multi-user, we don't think so. Sysgen, you have to tell what time at terminal connected. Only how many columns it is. That's the only thing we could configure for the terminal. So release DP0. See, when I didn't have a phone in my hand or a camera in my face, I got it right. Just calling that out there. 33L. So we'll get beep beep in a moment. And date. So it's only dashers that do it. And yeah, there's no prompt over here, just to be clear. So we don't suddenly have two prompts either. It printed nothing over here. It's in the exact same spot it was when it stopped doing the system dump. Hangs for the date prompt, but after the beep, there's dasher on the second port. Yes. So it's not like USB. It's not seeing multiple dashers and thinking like, oh, something's weird. It's very specific ports that it is sending data to. So it's, yeah. See, makes sense from the awful source code listing. Well, don't think about it too hard. I'm not that worried about it. As long as it doesn't hang when it has a second device connected, who really cares? But that is dual dashers working, which is bananas. So I think we're going to reassemble the thing now. I can't see any reason not to. And then we can try to get another program onto it, because I really want to get a terminal emulator running on it. So I want to try and get that going today. Very interesting. Seems like maybe since it isn't multi-user, it's intentionally hanging. I'm wondering if that's it. I'm wondering if it could be something like that, or maybe there's some vestigial part of the operating system that's trying to initialize multi-user, and it's not there and it's not working. I could see those two things. Man. But yeah, all right. Just, oh, chills. Just like, oh, let me just turn off the two dashers. Just did something with the disk drive. Anyway. All right. That's dasher time, or terminal time. I'm just going to shut it down. I should do a release, but whatever. All right, so what I need to do, these two cables that are just kind of hanging out here, I need them to run managed through the back. This one's short and has the null modem on it already. Kind of wish I had... I really wish I had a short null modem adapter. I swear I do. Maybe I don't want to dedicate it to this, though. But I also don't know how many null modem cables I have and really want to sacrifice to this. This might be a null modem adapter. I'm not sure. Maybe I should test this first. Let me do that. So it's this one, which goes to this, and I'm going to turn off the DT1 here while I'm thinking about it. Or was I connecting? No, let's disconnect this. this plugged into here. I don't need that. And then it was this, which plugged in there. Okay. And this is the null modem adapter. Okay, so I'm going to reboot this as is. And then I'm going to test replacing this null modem cable with a short, I think, null modem adapter. And then I might just leave that adapter in here. Hold on, stupid capture card's wigging out. There we go. And it's doing it again. Okay. So now I can just pop that. 33L. I guess I don't actually have to boot. Yeah, can I control C? Control A? Nope. Okay, well, we'll boot. I guess. Computers allowed to have to be able to read the text over the sound they make. Okay, 1/188. All right, so I'm going to try and put this extension cable, you can't see. I'm going to try and put this extension cable in place of the null modem cable with this, which I think is a null modem adapter. There we go, that works. Okay. So that'll make it so I don't have to put the null modem cable I have here in there because that's more useful loose. Okay. So now we know what all hardware we are kind of cramming in the rack. So now I can shut it all down again. Okay. Give me a moment because I'm going to prep the phone for close-ups. Are we gone for getting it to function as an operating system? Yeah. Actual fan swap and the DG to quiet it down? Absolutely not. It needs all the CFM it can get. When the resolution is that small, every pixel counts. Yeah. We just need to write Tetris for it. Yeah. People are, they're not as satisfied as I thought with what I got running on the machine. Now they're like, now I need to run real software. Like, a text editor is real software. Okay. Ah. Okay. So the goal here is to route these cables through the rear, and then I'm going to leave the extension cables that were on them in place so that I can just have serial cables coming out, and I'm intentionally using different color serial cables.
100. Warning, header wars carried out by professionals. Do not try this at home. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Let's see, what's the best? Actually, I think right here is going to be the best. There we go. It is still, it's super nice to be able to use the phone like this. Okay. And there it is. I think that's already super wide. White balance, locked. I can't set it. Auto. Oh, here we go. Daylight. Bam. That's going to be closer. Okay, there we go. So, okay. I am pulling back the cables. I don't really have a reason to prefer one cable over another, although maybe I should mark these as primary and secondary. I'll do that after because I don't have cables for that stuff right now. So, okay. Way down in here. I have one cable already run through the rubber grommet. This I have hooked onto this little thing that goes to the hard drive, and then the other cable like perfectly reaches that, so I'm just going to leave that one right there, and then this hooks on here, which provides some kind of strain relief, so that can't get pulled too much. So then we have the gray cable, which is just going to be that. You know what? I think I am going to end up swapping the two. This is a shorter cable, unfortunately. And it would be nice to have the primary one be the longer one. So let's swap the stupid, horrible card edge cables.
SICHER 100T.wo terminals must mean it's time to LAN party. Doom or Quake anyone? Can it play Hydro Thunder yet? End of line.
Yeah, Hydro Thunder on Data General. I mean, it is blue, I'll give you that. But I think that was Crazy Boy. Thank you for the 100 bits there. I super can't read chat from this far away, so you'll have to forgive me for a moment. Okay. So putting this one on the bottom for the console debug card. This one up here for secondary port. You know, should I preemptively set the secondary port to 300 baud for the paper tape reader? Because we are going to get to that someday. I mean, I guess I can just reach into the back and push that on. That's not... It's more difficult to remove that reaching through here than it is to put it on. So if it falls off when I take out the card, that's not the worst thing. All right. I won't worry about that yet. Okay. Back to cable wrangling. You know what? Let me try something on the phone here really quick. I might lose video for a second. Haha, there. Now I have chat and video on the phone at once. Okay. See, would set it now, especially if the second TTY is proving mostly pointless. Yeah. The thing is if we ever try to use it for transferring software, though, that will suck. I got your HP 9836C to boot from internal floppy. Ooh, turns out I had a bad boot disk image the whole time. I put mine up on archive.org, I'm pretty sure, so you could find those. I think I did. If not, hound me about that. All right. So, okay, this is now primary. This is now secondary. I'm going to run this along the side here as well, because that's as good as it gets for cable management in a data general rack. And out of the rubber grommet. Turns out I might be able to buy the power cable I need to just plug this into the wall at Home Depot. I need to, or at least buy all the parts to make it there. So I need to look into that. It's not a super critical thing, but nice to know. Okay, that's all the serial stuff. So I can close the panel, and then we can put the top back on. Wah! All right. Hold on, I gotta squeeze past. There we are. Whoop. Ah. Just a high current types used for dryers, appliances. It's a NEMA 20L, I think. Some kind of locking thing. Well, I'm just dragging the serial cables to the side so they're easier to get to. There we are. Just push all this back. Oh gosh, that's bad. There we go. Not like horrible, but not ideal. Okay. Oh, mine's the one that worked. Okay, well, I'm glad that my images were helpful. Yeah, if you're going off the ones from the HP Museum, they are weird. They're really hard to write. Yeah, this is where locking the white balance helps a lot. Could you imagine how weird this would be recolored? Hang on, there's a line in the source listing where it probes for a dasher, only 6053 will answer back. Maybe the D1 doesn't answer back the cursor position inquiry and it's waiting for a timeout. So the monitor part of the terminal is a 6053. So that should work. And additionally, when I swap the two terminals, it doesn't change it. So when the full proper 6053 with the correct keyboard is on the second channel, it still does the same thing. There we go. Got the terminal itself, yeah. It's Micronova, blue and black, or white and gold. All right. There is that done. I kind of messed up my rack positions trying to get to the back of the other one. Okay. So I've got my two serial outputs now that you can barely see. Like I said, one of them is ridiculously longer than the other. It's also different gender, whatever, man. Stupid serial nonsense. Okay. Plugging the main terminal in. Wait, did the phone disconnect? Well, that's weird. I wonder if that is part of the trial or something. Looking up, it's locking up when it only gets back to 650. Wait a minute. Yes, it is locking up only when it gets to 6053 responses. Okay. Trying to think about how I want to proceed from here. Is it intending to be booted up with nothing like management console and nothing else until it's initially logged in? I mean, you could set it to boot into like a database manager or something if you really wanted to. I don't know. You just type in a different program when it asks file name. Okay. So here's what I want to do next. I want to get the terminal emulator on the computer. That means we have to go through the SimH song and dance again to write that to a floppy disk from a mag tape. And we have to have the DT1 connected to the Micronova on the second channel, and we need to have the Dasher connected on the primary. I might want the secondary connected to Minicom, though, but we'll leave it connected to the DT1 for now, just because that makes it a lot easier to see. So, check for setting, keep alive, if not shown, something like that. Well, it was shown, but I'm not going to worry about it for right now, because it also automatically reconnected. Okay. Build terminals during boot, which works out which model they are, so it can work out the correct rub out new line codes. Okay, that only works if both are online. If it gets no response, assume dumb TTY. Okay. Huh. Tandy is dumb enough to work. The Tandy doesn't respond to the data general query commands. That's what it is. And if you're asking if I can make the terminals send messages to each other, yeah, it's really easy. Just plug the terminals into each other. That's the easiest possible thing you can do with terminals. Okay. Put that there. Let's do a full fire up just to confirm that everything is working as it should here. So I need the 9-pin adapter, or 25-9 adapter, probably no modem adapter, and the male-to-male adapter. Okay. DT1. Good Dasher. Not that the other one's bad, but... What is sysgenning again for? Been trying to sort out not having to... Sort this out not... I can't even sleep for a week. Sysgenning... You know config sys and autoexec in DOS, how you put all your drivers and stuff that you run from those, or that you run to make DOS do all the stuff and support all your hardware? Think of sysgen as taking your autoexec and your config sys and then merging them into one giant command com that has all of your hardware drivers and everything loaded into one binary. It then runs that binary on startup to initialize and set up all of your devices. Slipstreaming Windows isn't quite the same because you're talking about like adding it the ability to install Firefox instead. That's a little different. It is a single binary that contains everything. Okay, powered, not powered, drives powered. Why are we sysgenning another time? We're not. No, we're going to make a new floppy that contains the terminal emulator program. That's it. We don't have to sysgen. We already have a dual serial monitor system. So we don't need another one. All right, so I'm booting this so I can try and print to that just to make sure everything's working. What do we want here? Hooah! Man, why so many of you get here right before 11? All 2 of you. Heard some mag tape, soon another sysgen. Oh, no. That's just what we have to go through every single time we want to put a new program on there. It's awful. Okay, so this is booted. So now I'm going to do dump pt01 sys.sg. All right. Now let me just point this over here. Yoink. All right. I'm just going to hit enter and we'll see data on there. Did it print an at symbol? Weird. It does do that. Okay, apparently I don't need the null modem adapter. Let me go remove that. Also, why is that taking so long? Weird. Okay. Removing null modem adapter, Ben's favorite. When in doubt, null it out. Rerunning the command dump tt01. Okay, I probably needed null modem adapter. Hold on. None of you caught the problem. I mean, there was no problem. It was all the computers. The computers are the problem. Ha 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 ha. Computers, take that. Okay, here we go. Hey, okay, that looks good. All right. That is the TRS-80 DT1, DZAC. That's a terminal. Okay. Just enjoying the ribbon cable. The ribbon cable rocks. I have to use the ribbon cable, though. The DT1 and the Model 4 both are super dumb, and the serial ports come out of the bottom of the machine. So that ribbon cable is in there because it is a right angle one like this so that it can come out flat. So this is plugged in like this under the bottom of the machine, and then I think I might actually have to wrap the cable around like that. But if you got a like a long, you know, cable like that, it just shoves straight down. It's really stupid. So, all right, that's good. Let's work on making a thing. Let me actually properly release DP0. There we go. And now I can shut the terminal off to hide my shame. I mean the computer's shame. All right, turn this off. Boop. Okay, so we have to figure out what terminal emulator we're going to run. Because when we last looked at this, there were like 12 of them. So we have a little bit of research to do here. Also, I should image my...
GER100. I thought that was your shame. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. I'm going to image the dual disk. Boop. Okay. Oh. All right. Terminal emulator let you transfer files. Some do, some don't. I don't need one that does that. Why would you use a terminal emulator here? I have reasons that I am not revealing because they're complicated and are going to take a long time to come to fruition. What was I doing? Oh, I was going to image the disk. We'll do that in a moment. Let me put it this way. Once you know why I want to use a terminal emulator, you will agree that all of the effort that has gone into it has been worth it. Not even a little bit, DZAC. Okay, Novas are forever. Let's look at this first, because we'll turn on the drive in a little bit. I don't have to suffer with it on right now, if I don't have to. Okay. What is a terminal emulator for, I guess? So, you know, everybody's favorite game where I just press up a bunch? No, Minicom. I love doing this just to bug you guys. There we go. There was a Minicom. This. Minicom is a terminal emulator. It's exactly the same. It is literally exactly the same. It makes the computer act as a terminal on one of its serial ports and relays that information in this instance, because it is a terminal accessible only machine, to another terminal. Wish we could see anything. Well, that's a good point. There we go. All right. Yeah, Minicom is a terminal emulator. But yet again, it just accesses a serial port through software and presents that information to another monitor. So, all right, let's look at our options. Software, Nova Eclipse. Even screen is terminal emulator. Yep. Went back to Bliss finally. It's been like this for a long time. I had it like that because the video capture was being dumb when I had a dark background. Okay, so we found a lot of terminal emulators last time we looked at this. Like every other program that wasn't a language was a terminal emulator. So Blast is one. Dataplot's not. AOS Games doesn't matter. I think Gate was. You know what? While we're here, let me just duplicate this tab and go over to the manual area as well. Documentation, software, utilities and subsystems. DG Blast. Okay. HASP, IBIS, MBC, microutilities. So the thing is, we need to find a old one. So we're gonna need something that's a terminal emulator for 1970 era, because if it's 1980 and beyond, there's a good chance it's going to require DG-DOS, which isn't going to work. Bigger Nova, Micronova systems support 6K words of memory. Comments in the OS refer to top 32K words as hyperspace. That's awesome. SLASP. That is a stupid name. That could totally be a terminal emulator. And is old. But I don't see manuals for it. But this is not complete now. So that's fun. Was HASP one? Workstation emulator? I don't know if we want that one. Review. Diagnostic paper tape. We really don't want that. Okay, let's see if... Was it Gate? RDOS? DG Gate? Maybe. Let's look at DG Gate. Least notice. Generating and running using DG Gate. Ooh, that sounds complicated. Okay. Release notice. Yada yada. DG-RDOS, DG Gate, general asynchronous terminal emulator is a software product, allows user with desktop generation computer running under DG-RDOS operating system to connect to a remote computer. In addition, DG Gate also has a computer transfer files to a remote computer. Yeah, we don't really want that, but whatever. Okay, so DG-DOS, all right, or DG-RDOS, and the desktop generation thing, not what we want. That's a modern computer. So glad Bruce is able to negotiate the release of all this documentation software. Yeah, it is great. So I want to figure out what exactly we can run this on. See if there's any indication here. So we need to go here. 1985, that is super late. I really should try to get one of these DG desktop systems that has DG-DOS. Because as I understand it, it's just like an IBM PC, and then you run a Data General emulator in it. It's like HPUX where you can run HP Basic in an emulator in it. Okay, Eclipse computer, data general terminal, connection remote CPU, 38K, 64. Ooh. Okay, so we're not running gate because 38K is the minimum. Also looks like it might actually need RDOS. I don't know. Okay, well, gate's out, so that's not it. Let's look at Blast. See what we can find. What is this? So we have RDOS, 84, DG RDOS, 83. Let's see. Now these don't necessarily correlate to the software versions, unfortunately. Okay, if DG Blast is not already installed in your system, read appendices, blah, 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 blah. It's working with DG Blast. Okay. RS-232 interface, DG, RDOS, RDOS CLI. Okay, really hope we don't actually need RDOS. Okay, DG Blast is communications program with transfer any type of data file easily and accurately, whether you're transmitting files to or from mainframe computers, mini computers, microcomputers. DG Blast is compatible with any target system. Also running DG Blast makes a flexible and powerful tool to create a sophisticated networking environment. Part for DG Blast, use the latest sliding window pipeline, blah, blah, blah. And your terminal becomes acts as a program shell through which you can dial up a target computer and your terminal becomes a terminal on the target system. So that's what we want. So that was a guide on an ESA guide, yeah. When you're logged in onto the target computer, you're free to work on the system through the native. I wonder if DG Blast must have a server running on the other machine. It may not operate as just a terminal. Target computer blast need not to be running. Okay, unverified terminal mode transfer. Okay. Okay, that might be good then. Terminal mode. Let's read this. Transferring files through terminal mode section. You upload text files. Importantly different from transferring through error-free mode. 2 points. You transfer a file whether or not DG Blast is running on target system. Beautiful. File send a steady stream of data. No handshaking is performed between two systems. Confirm data being properly received. If you transfer files through terminal mode, DG Blast does not verify. You should transfer through terminal mode only if DG Blast is not available on target system. Conversely, error-free mode requires DG Blast to be operating the target system unlike normal terminal. When you transfer files in error-free mode, the transfer is guaranteed. Consequently, error-free mode is preferable form of transfer. Okay, that sounds good. Yeah, it's it's UDP over serial. That's what it is. Okay. So we need to figure out what the system requirements are. Installing and testing DG Blast required hardware. Okay, way at the bottom. A section. No, it's not 64K for Blast, is it? Oh, wait, we have 64K. Actually, we could run the other one. That's right. See, oh my gosh, I hate word notation so much. We could run Gate. We have 38K bytes. We don't have 38K words. 38K byte. Yes, we're good there. We can also run this, but we don't have AOS. That's not a thing. We don't technically have RDOS. I don't like that it requires this. Yeah, we're probably not going to be able to run this. Okay. Installing, testing DG Blast. Okay, at least 64K bytes of memory for DG-DOS, RDOS, AOS, MS-DOS. Okay, asynchronous port. Okay, standalone mini computer running, microcomputer running MS-DOS. Under DGOS, RDOS, blah, blah. Communications selection is more involved under these operating systems. DG Blast cannot directly change the communications port configuration. Yeah, because it's jumpers. Okay, for some general interfaces such as the TTY and the 4060, configuration is controlled by setting jumpers wires. Yep. For non-cisgen to ALMs, ULMs, blah, blah, we don't have that. Okay. Writing to the port, testing it. DG Blast. Schools communicate with DOS. Network this 5150. In a way, yes. Word notation makes sense. No, I hate word notation. I will never, ever relent on word notation sucking. I don't care. Word notation is awful. Okay. RS-232 interface. It really didn't give me a whole lot of information on setup. I think we just have to try it. So, DG RDOS, E RDOS. I don't know what that is. For DG Blast, Reb 7. You don't want AOS. Okay, I think we have to try this. All right. It's only 117K. That's a pretty good sign that we can fit everything on a single floppy. That would be nice. We also don't need to make this a bootable disk because we don't have any, we're not going to use this with other data. So you're going to have source trawl. Doesn't appear to be anything TTY related, probe terminal type CLI date, functional loss. All right, that's fine. Showed what exactly is happening. We are about to see if DG Blast is going to be a usable terminal emulator. Let me do this. DG Blast. Maybe what a terminal emulator maxes out my computer. Yeah. DG Blast. Okay. Now we can boot this. Okay. Dir dp1 list should be empty. It is. Let me just check my phone real quick like here. Yeah, that's all fine. Now I have on my channel. Oh yeah, the thing with the that I'm currently doing. Okay. Dump n mt 0 0 divide init mt 0 dump n mt 0 0. Okay, no files. What? Yeah, HoshiTube, we also know that Blast existed for my HP 200 back there. So yeah, it was a wider spread thing. Okay, dump n mt 0 1. Dump n mt 0 2. It says, I believe it, I can't remember. It might have supported 200 with HPUX. It doesn't really matter. Close enough. Same architecture. It'll never run on that one. Let me put it that way. Because we're never going to find it. Let me put it this way. The state of data general software preservation is like hundreds of times better than HP Series 200. Or HP Technical Desktop. And it's only really one person that has done anything for data general. Why are there no files here? Am I doing this correctly? Hold on. Let's see. Is there some nerd here who's made a data general video? Why is it smart? It doesn't recommend me my own videos. View your channel. This. Okay, wow, smart enough not give me ads on my own video for once. Okay, so yada 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 yada. Okay, hold on. Just show me how. Wait, I already have the files here. I don't want that. We need to go further back. Give me the listing. Huh. Okay, so that is the correct command. Rutrow. Why are we not getting files off of this? Is there a way to dump all files from a tape? Like, I need to do some woodworking. All right. Well, let's just scan ahead because it was super dumb on the other one. Maybe it's in there somewhere. MT0. What are we on? 3. Dump. MT0. 4. Dump. MT0. 5. It's not looking good. Dump. MT06. Nope. Dump. MT07. Let's grab one of the other ones. We'll go DG something blast here. Pop this in the folder. Boop. Grab that. Kill that. Pop this here. Reboot. Why you no work? Init MT0 dump and MT00. Well, that's also not ideal. I wonder if the format is different because these are RDOS. Oh, we're running RDOS. We're running RDOS 7.5, so it should totally work here. Okay, was there like a proper set of directions on how to like grab this? Hold on. I don't know how. Place the working DigiBlast diskette into your primary storage. Dude, it was a floppy drive to begin with. Why is it a 9-track file? I don't know. Between the blast and... Oh, so this is dump and no. the data general, what you call it, syntax is weird. So this is like a master parameter. You can think of this as like the mode commands in Git. So this would be like git read. So we're doing a read, and then you can put other parameters after that. So no, this one should be contiguous like that. And hello, old one, and hello, Silverdown. Why though? Let's take a step back. Let's validate that we can read one of the tape files that we know we can read. So iCobol. Just confirm that I haven't completely lost my mind, just a little bit. Okay. Init mt0 dump n mt00, and this should error. Watch as I fix this problem magically here. If we just change a couple of things in the configuration of the computer, this will suddenly work, all right? So the first thing I'm going to do is delete all of these files. The next thing I'm going to do is re-download the files that I want. So we're going to grab the RDOS file and put that there. Okay. We're going to take this and put this here. Bingo. And now we're going to reboot the machine. And suddenly, this will work. All I had to do was just replace the file. So we will init mt0. We will init mt0. That is correct. And then, as I have been doing the entire time, we will load nmt00, and hey, wouldn't you know it, there's our files. It works perfectly fine. So now we can dir dp1, and we can do a load a mt00, and now we have all of the files on the hard drive image. For those of you not paying super close attention, because, I mean, why would you? Who cares about this stupid old data general stuff? I was running dump, not load, which meant that I was overwriting the tape files. yeah, Matrox, uh... All right. Let's get these files on a floppy. Ugh. First thing we're doing, we are imaging my multi terminal disk thing here. So let's go into FLP. We'll do multi async. And then we will GW read tracks H equals 0. That's basically it. I don't really care if it does anything else. Track 00.0.raw. Oh, I need drive B. Drive B. Okay. Whoa! was different. Let's add hard sectors. Oh, it's been way too much, too long. Stupid data generals. At least these weren't irreplaceable originals. Oh, we're reading the disk, not writing, so it's fine. But with the tape images, yes, you were correct. I don't get it. What just happened? So, if you watch the video I did on the Micronova yesterday, the part where I talk about writing to floppies and stuff, you'll see that I move the disk, and there are many index holes in the floppy disk. It's because these are hard-sectored floppy disks. So, on a normal drive and a normal disk, you would only have one index hole pass per rotation. This one, I think we have 32. So what was happening is it was getting 1/32 through a rotation on the disk, thinking it finished reading the track and then stepping the head forward. So it read the whole disk, it thinks, way too fast. So we have to add the hard sector flag, which it basically uses, it times the index pulses to figure out how many hard sectors there actually are. I might have to bid on something on eBay here because it's going for too cheap. I wasn't planning on buying this, but like, why not? Oh, I need to pay attention to this. I don't know, 57 people viewed it in the last 24 hours. Maybe it's not going to go for dirt cheap. I'll throw in a Weasley bid. Oh, I'm not telling you what it is. I don't need you guys outbidding me on it. I'm not dumb. Is it a dasher cable? No, we've determined I can make those. So those now have a value of 0. No, I don't use eBay snipers. I am the sniper. I don't, so it's not about winning a bidding war. It's about only bidding once with exactly what I want. And next week there'll be a third dasher. It is nothing data general related. It is Hydro Thunder related though. But we're not going to actually use it for Hydro Thunders. It is just technically Hydro Thunder related. Okay, now we need to make a new disk image that we can copy these files onto. So let's kill SimH again. And we're going to make a new floppy image FLP. We'll copy blank to... Went for too much, I let it go. That's probably what's going to happen to here, I think, because the number doesn't make any sense. It's way too low. We just want to help you save money. I don't technically need this. Is it DG or HP? None. Neither. What was I doing? Oh, yeah. What was I going to say? I'll give you one hint, all right, that is incredibly vague and useless. The series of devices have a designation, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was a class of SD card. It's not, but it sounds like it would be. All right. What are we doing? Oh, yeah. DG Blast. Byte swap that, because this is dumb. Put that there. It's hard drive card. It is not. I've given enough hints That if there's anyone here who's bidding on it, they could probably identify it, but not enough that if you don't know what it is already, you won't know about it. Only fancy SD cards I know about, P2 cards. There are a lot of weird SD cards you may not know about. Stay hydrated. Here, let me show you something crazy. One moment. I want to get one of these at some point, but like, well, I don't think that's it. I don't know how much time I got. Okay. This is one. No, that's kinda. One moment. I'm just trying to find a good one for like just showing you. Oh, that's perfect right there. Bingo. Here we go. All right, here you go. Weird SD card. That's a GPS that plugs into an SD card slot. I have a compact flash version of this. I don't have an SD version. Snapping a Switch 2 on eBay? I don't need to do that. I have one pre-ordered already. Remember those for the iPad and similar PDAs? Yeah. I was always wondering why SD wasn't used more like PCMCIA? Yeah. Apple AirTag from the 80s? Not quite. All right. Dir DP1 list. You know, for giggles, we could. DG Blast. Insufficient memory. Well, that just, I'm glad I ran that because that just killed any hope of running this on the Micronova. Really, huh? Ooh, that's not good. Hold on a moment. Those SD cards? Ah, cool. Okay. Hold on. We're going to restart SimH here, but not with a script because I want to know what my options are. Because I haven't done a set CPU, but I also think the CPU by default is high spec. So help CPU, we're going to set it to 32K. I think this is words? Or is this bytes? Well, now I don't know. Hold on. This is for building. SimH, Nova, manual. SD cards that folds and turns into a USB stick. Okay, that's kind of ridiculous. That's super cool. I don't have anything quite like that. Okay, CPU. Hold on, 64K. Let's try this. What? It's not listed? Hold on. Altered breakpoints. Dude, the SimH manuals are so awful. Oh, that rocks. I want that. That's cool. Oh, this is not Nova specific. That's just SimH. Maybe this will have it. Okay, here we go. Nova. Okay, Nova features CPU, yada yada yada. 8K. Okay, the only CPU options in the presence of optional instructions, the size of the main memory. Memory size is being reduced, memory being truncated on zero data. Initial memory size is 32K. Okay, but is that words or is that bytes? It was possible to configure Novas with like hacky workarounds that have more RAM than normal. So I could probably change it to this, and then it would work. But that's not necessarily what I think it is. SimH, Nova, memory. Oh my gosh, I swear I can type memory words. It's well, for giggles, well, actually, let's do this. Well, we know default is 32K, but we don't know if that, again, if that's words or bytes. So, with Kate, kill word is mentioned in the manual. K is kilobytes, KW is kilowords. KW. Extended 64 kiloword. Maybe then. Maybe. All right, we'll see if it runs. Dir DP1 DG blast. Oh, I know what it is. I know exactly what it is. Hey, you remember how I said we weren't gonna sysgen? Well, I'm a dirty liar. uh, we have to sysgen SimH to have the full memory capacity. Dir DP0 list sysgen SV. Do we think there's going to be a sysgen SG file that tells us how they configured this? Wait, I think we can list dash.sg. No, there is no SG file. Maybe spotting a theme. Drop dog. Jacob. I was going to ask you earlier how big your RDOS system was configured. You got distracted reading. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, let's make a new hard disk image. Blank HDD. RDOS for Big Nova. All right. At least it's emulated. Yeah, it's going to be way faster. It's a real shame we can't. Maybe we can sysgen for the Micronova on SimH. I don't know if we tested that fully. All right. dir dp1. List, okay, it's empty. Dir dp0. Door dp0, dir dp0. All right, I need a minute. It's eBay o'clock. What's my number? You know what? I know what my number is. I'm waiting, 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 waiting. Okay, my number has been exceeded. Before it even ended. All right. It was a Yamaha Waveforce PCI. It's the sound card that you can use with a Hydro Thunder. But it's complete in the box, which is really cool. They are not common to get with the box. It looks like, I'm gonna guess it's currently at 60. It's got 4 seconds, 3, 2, 1, ending at maybe 66. My number was 55. That sounds cool, yeah, but I'm not buying it. It sold for $66. That was higher than my number. So I'm not getting it. All right, continuing on. So we're on the hard drive, so sysgen DP1 is basically going to be exactly like doing it to a floppy, but we're doing it to a different hard drive. There's one buy now for a bit more in the box, but only card. Yeah, see, this one was in the box. That's what made it cool. SV dot S SG dot V or slash V LM slash L. Okay. Okay, whoa, we haven't done this with, like this before. So this is completely new. All right, enter processor model. We're gonna tell we got a Nova 4. Nova 4. All right, mapped system. All right, manual time. I thought we were gonna be able to get away with this documentation. Nope. Wait a minute. Oh, I think I just lost sponge Wi-Fi. Cool. Well, that's going to make this difficult. And me not be able to see chat. So, one moment. Where are my bookmarks? Live chat. Oh, of course, the phone. Oh, wait, did it just come back? No, we're free chat? Yeah. 45 for just a card. Buy it now. There are 2. Yeah, I don't need the card. I just wanted the box. I'm good. I can see you all now. Not on the computer. The internet's dead. All right, you know what? We're just going to yellow this. Mapped system. No. Number of patch space blocks. Dude, I love how this is just completely foreign. We've done this so many times with the Micronova, and none of these questions make any sense. None blocks. Memory size in 1 kiloword increments. I know this one, 32. Number of disk controllers. I don't know. I don't know what this technically is. Hold on. Wait a minute. Show feature. Okay, what do we got? We got DKP1. Show DKP. Okay, so we got a 4074 and a 6030. Okay, con. So that was 0, 0. Okay, number of, holy moly, that's a bajillion of those things. I should just go restart my internet now. Okay, so 4074. Hold on a moment here. Wait a minute, why does that sound so familiar? Wait, did I forget to look at my emails this morning? Whoops. One moment. I'm gonna make sure there's nothing I need to buy on eBay. Hold on, I forgot to do this. Okay. I don't need an air filter for a Mercedes. Well, that's actually kind of awesome. Hold on a moment. It's really expensive. I don't have what it goes to, but I kind of want that. Dude, I kind of really want that. I'm gonna watch list that. They got a make offer. They do have a make offer. Ooh, I'm gonna make them an offer on all that. Okay. Hold on. No. Okay, that's not it. Oh my gosh, there's a book on the Coleco Atom. Why would anybody waste their time on that? Oh my gosh. Really? That's on eBay right now. I am jealous. That's in way better condition than mine. Oh my gosh, the game is sealed. What's your guys' rule on like rebuying big box games that you already have, but they're in like really bad shape, but there's a better one on eBay and it's not even that much money? I generally prefer to let someone else have a copy, so I don't like to do that. But man, I kind of want it for that one. I feel like I'm one of the biggest fans of that game on the planet because it sucks. You'll notice I'm not saying what game it is out loud because I don't know if I want competition yet or not. Let's see. So, hold on, I gotta look at this. So I'm doing this thing. I'm trying to find a copy of Grolier's Encyclopedia for CD drives, okay? Because it would have initially shipped with the CM100. I haven't made a video about the CM100 yet, you'll have noticed here. And it's because I'm trying to find a CD program that'll actually run on a 5150. Not an easy task. So I've been looking for Grolier's Encyclopedias. So I have to look at every single one that gets listed on eBay. So this one, it's saying the award-winning multimedia encyclopedia, which immediately tells me if it's won awards, then it's not a first generation one, so that's not it. So I can rule that one out. Dude, this same person has been listing a Roland PMA 5 for like years, and they just keep increasing the price. Bro, it hasn't sold. Increasing the price isn't going to make it sell. Whoa. 34401A for $250. Haven't seen it that low for a while. Dude, what idiot is going to pay $260 for plastic drawers? Why is a 4080 getting listed as a 3FX Voodoo card? Okay, that's it. All right, wait a minute. I didn't actually get to what I was looking for. Blah, 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 blah. This bunch of stuff delivered. What is today? Is today the 24th? No, it's the 20. Okay, so I need this day. Hold on. Data General. Here we go. Okay, so that's... All right. What I was looking for was this eBay listing of a Diablo drive. This person has it listed as being for a data general, and while normally I would say it's not really for a data general, that's probably for like a Xerox Alto or something. In this case, this is the person who keeps selling a bajillion different data general boards, so it probably was used with a data general. Anyway, let me get back to chat, because I can't see chat right now. Looking for ancient CD-ROMs? Yeah, but I'm talking 1985 ancient. eBay search is borked. That's why these are the emails. Okay. Buy the better version, sell the worse version. What is the sell word? I think that's something other people do, right? That's how I get things. I need people to sell stuff. Yeah, that's it. Have a search out for HP 9000. Between the car parts, newer HP. Oh my gosh, it's worthless, man. Searching for HP stuff is such a pain in the butt. Confirmed idiot wouldn't pay $260 for plastic drawers. Dude, they're just like the Walmart drawers you could just go buy that break all the time. Do you have physical sysgen manual? Why do you need sponge Wi-Fi? Because this is different. None of these questions are in that because this is this is RDOS, not DOS, and it's different. Actimedia, that's the name I was looking for. Activision's asked politely if they could change it so they became knowledge sector. Interesting. Okay. Let's see. That's what I meant by ancient. Yeah. New version and consume. Buy the new version, consume the old one. Eat it to gain its power. Some of this stuff doesn't even work. Drawers come filled with non-mentioned stuff. Nah, yeah, really. Like it should for that cost. Let me restart the sponge Wi-Fi hardware. Maybe I can get chat back onto something reasonable. I'm kind of dead in the water. I actually need the manual, so while we wait, let's go on an adventure. I want to see how bad my thing actually is. Oh, I can do pop-up chat view? Dude, that's amazing. Okay, hold on. How does that work when it goes horizontal? Oh, that's beautiful. Okay. Oh, yeah, I just killed Wi-Fi, so I don't have portable camera. eBay problem, excuse me, it's not a problem. It's a solution. The solution is, or the problem is that I don't have thing, and I want thing. The solution is eBay. Okay, you see how this works? eBay, good. You can quit anytime. I don't want to quit. What are you talking about? I feel like the modem hasn't actually restarted. Oh, because it didn't. The power cable didn't plug back in. Stupid thing. Oh my gosh. Pain in the butt. Sometimes the solution is to look at Facebook Marketplace. I really hate Facebook Marketplace. Really useless to me. Usher is taking its sweet time. Some weirdo popped up Discord DMs. I know, those creeps. All right. Do I need this to... Why is it not connecting? Wow, it's really slow to boot. I still don't have internet over here, so it hasn't popped back up yet. I'm waiting for phone to actually connect. Oh, wait, I don't have to wait for it to connect. We can just enable WireGuard. Just go that way. I'm looking for, that's it right there. Let me clamp. I'm trying something new here, so it's a little wonky. Sound completely gone? Well, we'll have sound in a moment then. Never mind, started arriving, just very sad. Wow, 5 FPS. Yeah, just give it a second. There we go. Okay. Let's see what can do. See, I like this game so much. I put it in a bag. Okay. How bad is mine? Should I buy a different box? So we got some damage up here. What's the inside look? Like? So there's corner damage there. Okay. Inside we have just the cardboard and the game. Make sure the CD's in good shape. It looks pretty okay. Through a light. Nothing wrong with the data layer. Okay. So I have zero ephemera in here. And the cardboard, it's in better shape than I actually thought it was. You know what? I'm not feeling inclined to buy it. Oh, there's what's missing as well. So just on the tape right there. So that happened the day it was bought. Wow. So really, it's not amazing. I'm not gonna replace it. I don't think I am. This seems good enough. So cursing out chat. It did mute. Then it unmuted. Laptop. Watching that. Automatically mute. Sourcey said. We get audio from both phone and your mic. Oh. Okay. Sorry. Wait a minute. I can fix it. Boom. There we go. Fixed. All right, so that was that. This is still one of the greatest box arts of all time. I love this box. All right, back to the work area. Look at that thing. That thing's crazy. Also, that thing pretty too. Anyway, here we go. Do I have internet again? Okay, there we go. That's why I suggested the deck talks readout results have 30 plus votes. I don't remember you suggesting that. That's not a bad idea, actually. I kind of like that. All right, I'm going to stop. Okay, there we go. All right, we're good now. We're good. I'm pretty sure we're good. Fixed now. Okay. Let me kill everything over here so it doesn't accidentally restart. How do I close a... There we go. All right. Alrighty. So, okay, I guess my little excursion wasn't as fun. When do we restore that thing? What do you mean restore? Like Shelby's office almost makes mine look tidy, but not quite. Oh, when do we restore the, I forget what it was, the signal generator? It's like analog vacuum tubes. We got too many things. That's very low priority. All right, so I'm not buying a new Wacky Races. Well, let me double check that it doesn't have like more ephemera. No, it's exactly what I've got. Just that the internal thing is sealed. You know what? It's got corner damage. I'm easily able to pass. Nah, that's easy. Nah, especially after seeing it. All right. Anyway, continuing. Number of, oh, hold on. I want the manual. Okay, secure connection failed. What do you mean secure connection failed? No way. Did coincidentally Novazar Forever went offline at the same time I lost internet? Sure, Amazon, whatever. Okay, so Amazon works. NAF doesn't. Whatever. All right. Documentation, data general software, operating systems. Look for RDOS generator manual thing. Okay. Learning to use RDOS handbook, student handbook. Gosh, there's so much more RDOS documentation. This is criminal. Okay, learn how to load and generate your Nova Line RDOS, your RDOS, not Eclipse. I don't know if we want Nova Line or... That looks old. I don't think we want this. 1975, no. That one's better. 1979, called it. Okay, we'll go with this one. Yeah, I might have tried to redirect HTTPS when it couldn't connect to HTTP because my internet was out, so that was probably why. Okay. We gotta find the questions now. You want 7x ideally? Yeah, what version is this? I don't know if it said. It doesn't say. I don't know, there might only be 2. Whatever, we'll just go. Let's just do things. Oh my gosh, there's so many new things. Yeah, it's missing all the micronova stuff, so I feel like we're on the right part or path here. All right, we're not gonna bootstrap yet. I mean, we could. We can also do it after. It doesn't really matter what order. What's the limiting factor for running RDOS? We don't have it. It doesn't exist for the micronova currently. So RDOS, no micronova. DOS, Rev 5. Wait a minute. There we go. DOS, yeah. So DOS micronova. There's no RDOS micronova. That was some kind of legend dating. That sucks. Yeah. DOS Rev 4 and 5 are ancient DOSes you don't want. Well, what if I do want? Their numbers are bigger. Why wouldn't they be better? This is DOS 3.5. That sucks. All right, we'll install the bootstrap stuff afterwards. It's not like it's going to make a difference. All right, yada, yada, yada. Get past all that. Loading from MagTape. Don't really care right now. We could, but also pass. Loading from... That's cool. Alrighty, come on. I wanna look at my server real quick. Hold on. I want to know why the audio wasn't muted. I want to try a thing really quick. I wonder if maybe my mic came unplugged or something. And then, okay, well that went local, I think. Or is that, no, that's server. Okay, so I'm going to continue talking right now because I want to see, to make sure that it doesn't switch over. It shouldn't. So I'm just going to keep reading a manual here. La, 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 la. Manual, talking. Because here's the deal. As long as I have audio coming through the SRT receive thing, it shouldn't change. If I mute my mic pack, and if I keep talking, there we go. So you'll see that the SRT receive mute doesn't have any audio coming. Now the Droid Cam OBS one does. So as long as I keep talking there, then we should have that audio. But once I bring the other one back, then we will have double audio, which is bad. So that's what I'm not sure, that something failed there, and I don't know why. So that was what was weird. It failed right now too. What do you mean? Was it double audio the entire time? I might just have to go back and watch the VOD. I don't know. Because again, right now the Droid Cam audio is muted. The Office audio is here, SRT receive. So this is my lapel mic, not the entire time. Well, that double audio at the end, that is on purpose, yes. That's on purpose. Would be a bad idea to just use the mic pack audio only. Well, that's possible too. I have that set up as well. As long as if I disconnect from WireGuard, now when I connect, it will be mic pack audio only, and it will never. So you'll see that the Droid Cam audio there isn't going, because this is coming from the Office. This is more direct. So it's not that. So normally when I'm using the phone, it'll be like that. The other thing that I connected with was when the internet was down, so the in-office connection wouldn't work. So that was using the phone's LTE connection to go over. Seemed like the mic pack dropped out for a few seconds when we went to the back room, then picked back up after the phone took over. Okay, so if the mic pack dropped out, that would explain it. That would 100% explain it. The idea here, all right, is let's say I connect with my phone for some reason, but the mic here is still working fine. I don't want double audio. That's why it's muted. But then let's say the office internet goes down, okay? I connect with my phone over mobile data, and then the phone starts sending audio. I want to make sure that it will automatically enable this audio after a while. But I don't necessarily I don't want it to mute that one necessarily. So I'm letting both go. So that's why it's set up like that. It's weird. We hit an edge case like already the second time I tried it, I guess, because the mic pack cut out, which is annoying. But all right, it looks like it is behaving correctly elsewise. So I'll just leave it. Yeah, the USB cable was loose on the mic pack, so it might have come unplugged in my pocket. So it was an anomalous scenario. All right, loading for paper tape. Holy moly, they're covering every possible way of loading this software. Sidechain reverse gate. Those are a lot of words. What happened to your keycap reproduction? I'm waiting for the filament to be delivered before we continue. I have a tracking for it. It's on its way. They're sitting right here, just waiting. We'll get to it, don't worry. Your plant clamp to hold USB connector to the pack. That's how you destroy the USB cable. Okay, what is this? Disk initializer. This is the paper tape thing, isn't it? Transferring remaining files. Wait a minute. This sounds like it. No, I don't think this is it. Let's go to the next one. Okay. Building a tailored RDOS system. Bingo, this is what we want. Here we go. Questions. Mapped system. Answer 1 if you wish to generate a map system. I love it when it gives me explanations like that. The thing? Yes, the thing is the thing. What's a mapped system? We're not telling you. Why would we tell you? All right, processor type. It does not have as many processor types in this, so that's fun. Those processors, no. Array processor, that's crazy. That's fun. Maximum number of channels, background, we'll use, no idea what that is. Maximum number of foreground channels, core storage in words. Okay, so we're almost there. Has an MMU, I did kind of figure that. Can run multiple processes without being reconfigured with explosive memory split. Okay. Okay. What question are we on? Oh yeah, hard drive. We got 0 of that thing. Other number of other types of moving head disk controllers. Cool. So we have how does this RDOS work with SimH? Is it configured for everything? I really wish there was a sysgen stuff. Is this set up for the 4X or the Micronova? We're not running RDOS. We're just trying to make the Nova SimH run DG Blast. And we got kind of sidetracked on internet being bad and me trying to buy things on eBay. You think it wants Nova 4, not Nova 4? I don't think it matters. I haven't had a single command actually be case sensitive yet, surprisingly. 2 number of devices for controller 1. Okay, I don't know if we're gonna be able to do this. I really wish we knew how the RDOS, or the SimH RDOS, so let me explain this. This file right here, RDOS D31DSK, is provided by SimH for you to use with the Nova emulator. It is configured in such a way that it just works. And we've been able to add floppy drives and add mag tapes and add paper tape readers and all that fun stuff, and it just works, which means that all of that is expected by the operating system, which means that it was sysgened with all of that enabled. It does not appear to have been sysgened with 64K bytes of memory, though, maybe. So we can't run DG Blast. At this point, we'd actually just be better off writing it to a floppy and then go seeing if it runs on the real thing. What does SimH have to say for the DSK configuration? So DKP1? What do you mean? This is that. It's all the same. This is the floppy. These are the hard drives. On the 4X, if I got a 6030, it would connect to the exact same controller as my 6045 hard drive. I would just need to get another cable, then bridge it over. They're daisy chained. I could add a 6030 without needing any additional cards. So that might be how this is set up. I don't know. Does Micronova have enough RAM to run it? Don't know. We don't know. Wonder if those actual drives and controllers show up under DSK or something. This weird 47 isn't showing up anywhere in sysgen. I don't know. I think we abandon this. We write a floppy and we hope for the best. So I'm going to reboot this. We're just going to copy the data to the floppy disk and we'll see what happens. So let's go back to this. Let's undo that. We'll copy the files to our new DG Blast image, and then we'll just write it and see what happens. I need to prepare a new disk. Pretty sure I've screwed this one already, so we'll just use this. I can double check, I think, actually. Archive, DG Micronova, AP1. Yeah, we have images of this. For giggles, GW convert, format data general .2f track 00.0.raw to ap1.img. I'm about to nuke this real floppy, so I just want to make sure that my backup is good. Imhex. I'm putting this off screen because I don't want to show this data. Yep, it's there. It's good. Okay. I don't like new imhex. It's very needy. Okay. Boom. So I can kill this. All right. Back to here, to here, to there. Okay. Dir DP1 list looks good, except for the com part. We don't really want that. Dir DP2 list. Okay. Dir DP1. Move. DP2. DG blast. Blast dot dash illegal file name. That's true. Move. DP2. What data was that? The customer data? I am not honestly 100% sure what it is. It is a list of addresses and names, essentially. That's what it is. It's probably only slightly worse than a phone book. But it is an association as well with the company and then the individuals. Dir DP2. What I think it is I think it is HP Basic 4.0 looks like fun. It's really good. I really like it. I think it's a list of clients and then the agents that worked for the company who were assigned to those clients. I think that's what it is. And then they might have automatically generated a schedule or something from like the last time they got in contact with them, asked them, called them up, see if they needed anything, something like that. That's my best guess. Because it's literally a list of addresses, people who work there, and then names that seem too common, so they must have been people who worked at the place that were assigned to them. That's my best guess. All right, so we got the stuff on the virtual floppy. Let me pull out my dual boot disk, which I should probably label at some point here. Let me pop in one of my data disks. Feels wrong to intentionally wipe this, but like, I think we're good. I'm gonna do this, MH, byte swap. Rename this to IMG because Greaseweasel is a little particular about that. And then we're gonna write this. Greaseweasel, write data general. Boom. You guys ready for some terminal action? Yay! Or more likely for it to tell us that the Micronova doesn't have enough memory. curious if it'll work. I mean, obviously it'd be really nice if it worked, but I don't know. Yeah, it's because I forgot to tell it's hard sectored. All right, there we go. One data general floppy disk. Boop and badoop. Okay, that's a DT1. That's a data general. All right, so this is out of focus. There we go. This goes into the second drive. And then the double boot disk that I forgot to grab goes in the other drive. Bingo. You might think, like, isn't it spooky to have disks in there and then turn the drive on while they're in there? And on some older systems, yes, that would be. But on 8-inch drives like this, the head has a load solenoid. And I know it's not powered, so the head is lifted up so it can't kill the disks no matter what. All right, I'm going to turn on the terminal. I'm going to go push the terminal capture button. Terminal capture is as garbage as usual until I wiggle the cable for some reason. Yep, cable successfully wiggled. All right. Let's do some terminal capture. Can you use more than one RAM card in that? I have 4 in here. I have the maximum amount of memory that I can have in this. All right. Maybe fix the cable or connector. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just stupid. I think what happens is the scaler doesn't sync correctly to it, and I'm disconnecting and reconnecting it, causing it to attempt to resync. Yeah, Ben. All right, so 33L. It wouldn't be a bad idea for me to turn this on. File name. Boop. Partition in use. Oh, I love this thing. All right. 188. I guess so spoiled by SimH where I have it set up to automatically answer these questions. All right. dir dp1 list. Come on. There we go. All right, let's find out. Oh my gosh, I didn't notice until just now that the binary is 63 whatever things. That's a lot. Okay, this may not run. I will be surprised if this runs. DG blast. Well, if it's not going to run, it's taking a long time to tell us. Yeah. All right. So we got to find a different terminal emulator. Dude, that's so annoying. It's not sectors. It's not 63,000 sectors. I'm pretty sure it is bytes. Well, buy more RAM. I don't think you guys understand. This is a almost completely functional RAM card. We're missing a chip because, I mean, reasons. But even if this was working, I can't add this to that. It has the maximum amount of RAM that it can. It is impossible to add more RAM to this machine without, like, extensive modifications. We are maxed. This software is just made for a newer computer, unfortunately. There's nothing we can do. Probably too much stacks. It's possible, but since the binary is that big, I don't think so. I think that it's just meant to run on one of the new virtual ones or whatever. So, we're saying is we need to fix a RAM card, yeah. Buy an MP100. Yeah, see, that's the thing. The newer Micronovas could support more RAM. This is not one of those. This is an OG Micronova. Which means, you know, original delimited RAM. All right, let's go see if we can figure out a different terminal application. Release DP0. We will use running the program in SimH as our metric. Reckon if you could add it, you could have made 60. Yeah, there's literally no reason for me to bother right now, other than it kind of bugs me that it's dead. All right, that's released. Shut that down. Turn off the DT1 that, you know, I gave it a nice exercise startup there. Turn off the computer and grab in my useless system disk. Let's head on back over to here. It's your guys' favorite black screen. Yay! Will he or won't he remember to change it? Nobody knows. It's a mystery. Woo! Okay. So DG Blast is a bust. So, DG Gate. I forget how many terminals there were, but there were like a bajillion of them. All right, so we don't want any of that infos, huh? But it's RDOS. Let's standalone operating system. That's weird. I want to be lazy and lean back. I'm gonna make the text bigger. This one's us. It's kind of weird that there is only one version of it. I don't know why anybody else, but I think DGs might have literally driven Shelby insane. Need a wheel with different outcomes for changing the video input. You just flick the wheel and see what we get. I want to resize a window. File size got trimmed. I mean, does the file size really matter? It's not directly representative. Like the bootable operating system we're using is 1.9 megs, but we still fit what we needed on a disk. Find the oldest serial program. It's not quite how it works. Because you'll see this is 1983, and that's the OS we're running, but really it's like a 1979 one. I don't know what these dates actually mean. That might be the day that he archived it, for all I know. MPOS, anything there isn't applicable. Anything AOS isn't applicable. The two of them together is like double not applicable. That's like seeing MPM 86, and I have an MSI 8080. Languages. Wonder if we could get lucky, and it could be like the iCobol, where there's just a random terminal program included. Business Basic. I think there was something about Business Basic that you can't Run it with something else? I think someone left a comment about it on the video or something. I don't remember now. I don't remember what it was. Make a stream just trying all the software. It's really not fun to try and copy it all over. We have to go through that rigmarole with downloading the mag tape, copying it to a hard drive, copying the files to a floppy that we just need. Additionally, a lot of it's like this, COBOL. Yay, COBOL, so exciting. What's DGL? There's an actual RDOS version of it. Let's see if we can find this. Can it be automated? Not. No. No, it can't. Because we don't know what files on the mag tapes the things are actually written to. And we don't know that we can merge all of the files. And then I'm still going to have to go through the manuals and like pick and choose just the executables. I mean, we can look for the SV files, but we don't know what they will need to run. So it's weird. All right, is there a manual for DGL? No. What is it? Can't bring my floppy swapping robot, yeah. Languages? Is it a programming language called L? That'd be kind of hilarious. Yeah, this doesn't apply to us. Don't get excited. Oh, it is a programming language. From 1986. That's really new. RDOS 7.5 or later. Okay, well, a programming language is not a terminal emulator. What's idea? Well, right now we're just going to reuse the same disk because we can't run DG Blast on it, so why keep it? It's idea not here. Let's look through the PDFs more directly. What's CLASP? Class assignment and scheduling package. I don't think I've ever heard of something more boring. DG gate. I think we determined, well, that needed 38 kilobytes. So maybe gate. Your DOS is derived from RDOS 7.5. Oh! Okay. I still don't want to learn that programming language, but that's good to know. Let's see. XApp. Okay, we might run gate next. GNAP file management. No. HASP. I forget what this is. Workstation emulator. I think this might be another terminal emulator. 75. Workstation emulator consists of Eclipse computer, associated peripherals, blah, 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 blah. Control the HASP multi-leaving terminal control program. Hamlet permits an Eclipse computer communicate with either an IBM 360 or another Eclipse computer communicating with IBM 360. Hamlet emulates. I mean, it is a terminal emulator, but it sounds like a really weird one. I don't think we want this. Yeah, this is exactly it, but I think it's too early. It's a dreadful backronym if I ever saw one. Yeah. Internals. No. Macros. No. Proxy. COBOL. RCX70. No. Remote job. No. Well, actually, remote job emulator? Remote job emulator. Works on actual DOS. I mean, okay. Okay, remote job entry control program. Software program that supports batch transfer of files between two computers. Dude, Seriously, how many programs are there like this? This is insane. Will operate RGE 80 stations. System managers. I don't think it's going to be a terminal emulator, though. I need this one still. I have this one now, but I need this one. Welcome to the world of minis, yeah. This sounds like it might be for some like specific terminal. Transfer, okay. Files, communication link between 2780. Is this just another IBM bridge? Wait a minute. Desktop generation runs under the RDOS, uses dual ground operating system to run RJ programs same time. Common procedures. Actually, that's really nice that they just have that. Common operating procedures to execute the program on your system as a background process. Use the program to send or receive as many files as you wish, then terminate the program, freeing your system to run other programs. Okay. I don't think this is what we want. Real-time input-output system, no. Sort merge, no. Trend view, no. User groups. I don't think so. Okay, gate. DG gate. That's it. That's our option. Data general, software. Do I not have this already? Oh, that's good to know. All right, let's grab it. Don't know if I'm going to get it to run, because it seemed a little weird. And we're going to have to run the RDOS version, which may not like being run on actual DOS. So we'll find out. Check the standalone software section at the bottom of the page. No, but what I did just look through was every PDF that's available, standalone software. Yeah, so it calls it it's all paper tape stuff, like, I don't know, paper tape editor, binary loader, tape duplicator. Debug 2 is really cool. It's basically the console debug option, but more, and can run on the big computers. Lookable loader, timeshare, automatic program load. Yeah, this is all way too basic. Yeah, none of that's applicable. All right, let's give it a shot. Init mt0 load nmt mt0 0. What do we got? We got gate. Okay, it looks like all the stuff's on there. Dir dp1 load a mt0 0. Okay, we're just gonna run gate and see what happens. Are you kidding me? Ah! Can we not run any of these on it? Why? What's DGGate 235 R? Oh, it doesn't matter. List. It says it's the 38K version. It shows it right there. How? Ah, screw it. I'm writing it. Let's make it floppy. I'm writing it. Is the emulator still 32K? We got no idea. We don't know. There's no way to know. This doesn't matter because the software is configured for the RAM amount too. All right, blank. DG gate. That's SG gate. DG gate. Byte swap. Go ahead and reboot. Poot, very possibly, but we just don't know how it's set up. That's the problem. I should be able to find, so like here, let me give an example. List-.sv lists all of the executable programs that are on this hard drive image. We should be able to do list-.sg and find the sysgen system generation log, but they didn't save it. So we don't know how this was configured. Although we can see the sys file here is friggin' huge, so it could be part of it. I don't think mine is that big. All right, dir dp1, dir dp2, dir dp1, and move dp2. Wait a minute, how big is everything? List. I don't think we want the help file. That looks, I mean, that might all fit. Yeah, let's find out. Move db2 underscore dot underscore or dash. Go. It looks like it worked. Dir. dp2 list. Okay, it's all good. Disk. How much space is left? Actually, a lot. Okay, we're good. All right. Flip. And then we byte swap. And then we data general write. Activities. No, why? Oh, because it's not IMG. And then grease weasel, write data general. All right. There's a way to check the free RAM. Maybe. I don't know. No, if we can't get one running, I think I'm just kind of hosed, unfortunately. Terminal emulator is a little more complicated than just forward the bytes to the display. All right. Take two. All right. Data disk. Drives on. Computer on. Terminal on. Video capture. Switched. Sync. Borked. And fixed. Okay. Let's see what happens. 33L. Don't see any mem-like commands in the DOS manual? All right. How about free-like commands? Interestingly, I don't think that the Micronova could play Doom music in any way as it currently sits. Outside of bit banging the backplane, there's no real way to get an analog signal out of it. So, I mean, we could cheat. We could hook up the SK88 keyboard with the serial cable to it and just have it output a MIDI. But that's not fun. Flopotron? That's not how the controller works in this, though. There is a document system called an RDOS manual that might do it. You want to learn how to write a program? No, I do not. Show off your own eyebrows, yeah. All right. DP2. File does not. Hold on. Dir DP2. What? Oh, fair. Dir DP1. Oh my gosh. List. All right. Give me the bad news that it won't run. Gate. Go. Think positive. I can think positive, but I can't think in more RAM. It's also possible to hang because I have to give it like parameters. So if it just hangs forever, then it might run. Then we have to go read the manual. Surely would have already crashed. I kind of agree. Can I control C, control A? I can't. I'm not seeing the track 0 stuff. Okay. This is interesting. I'm going to call this a good sign. Normally when your program crashes, that's not that great of a sign. But this might indicate this is working. Oh, I'm just going to bring up the gate manual over here. Also, I'm probably going to have to restart this. 33L. First thing I'll do before I figure out anything is I'm just going to tell it the output to the DT1, and we'll see what happens. Oh, that number is just the point in memory where it ended when I reset the machine. That's nothing. Come on, just tell me how to run this thing. Doesn't spark requires stop A. We should also run com. No, com, that's data general stuff is weird. When you go to run a command line, it actually saves that command line as a script and then executes the script directly. So we can, is it type? Type com.cm, and you'll see, there we go. It's just the last command that I ran. So it's not, that's not actually anything. dir dp1. I'm not seeing how to run this yet, so I'm gonna YOLO it. System pre-generated for doing given jigger dialogue is set, blah, 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 blah. Just tell me how to run it. Two, user's guide. Okay.
82F subscribed at tier 1.
The mono.
They've subscribed for 31 months and says 31 months Shelby needs better security I keep on getting in colon. End of line.
Carthouse, thank you for the tier 1 sub there and for 31 months. I appreciate that. Well, it will have some flags. DJGate is not set up to automatically when you log on to your computer. Execute DJA from the prompt. Type just gate. Oh, just gate is acceptable. Ruh-roh. Liar. Oh my gosh. List. Oh, that's bad. Just gate should give us a menu. I'm going to let it go longer. Ooh. That's rough. One moment. There we go. We should see that menu. But we're not. So I'm going to give it a little bit more time. But I'm starting to think that this is going to be RDOS specific. Remdog, it would have been, I definitely got them after. I might have been hunting them during that, though. Is basically LTX, VCF West, Data General. Just like bam, bam, bam. It took me a while to get it even running. Pretty sure it'll run on it. Explicitly only runs on the Eclipse. Hold on. I don't know if the Nova extensions are different. I don't know anything about Eclipse. Other than that's what Soul of a New Machine is about, and I have not felt super inclined to actually finish the book because it's about the stuff after my computers. Well, poo. Okay, I guess that's not gonna run. Ugh. Okay. Screen blank, probably because I stepped on the cable. Okay, so despite there being 35 terminal emulators available, it's not looking like there's one that actually run on this thing. I'm gonna grab the floppy. We'll go peruse some more, but it's not looking great. Remdog, is it the one with all the secretaries with the terminals faced like really far away from them, so they couldn't possibly be seeing them? Whoa, that was weird. Dude, are we? I think we're boned. Only one lady, one guy? Okay, I might have it slightly mixed up. Hasp, plenty be your best bet. The workstation emulator? Ugh. There isn't even one available, is there? Unless it's this. Let's look at Hasp. It's gonna be so weird. You know what I need to do? Ben, what do you think my chances are of actually making Hasp work for that? Ah, screen. Yep, good catch. Thank you. I was thinking I'm going to remember to push the button this time. No. Of course not. Okay. We got clasp. Then we got slasp. Nope, we got swat. Debugger. Is there slasp manuals? Point equal to about your chances of $1 million materializing in the back room so you can buy a computer that actually has software available for it? Yeah, really. Doc, software, miscellaneous. I don't have SLASP manuals. I got CLASP. This is like an OS or language. Oh, there's idea. OS. SOS. That sounds like the OS I need. So who knows what it is? Yeah, I'm not feeling explorative right now. Okay, so hasp, huh? Let's look at that manual again. Save our stream. What? Did something happen? It's an RJE also terminal emulator, but yeah, but it's like a super weird one. Okay, so this is from 1975. First off, we might have to boot this. Real-time disk operator. Okay, so maybe not. This might run on RDOS. Oh, is that the prefixing? Man, I hadn't paid attention in the slightest bit. Like, there's no prefixing here. Okay. So is that one for an Ultra de Nova? If it's just for IBM Big Iron, it's probably useless. That's what I was saying. I don't. HASP emulates an IBM HASP or ASP remote job entry workstation. That's what I'm saying. I don't think it's gonna be it. So Eclipse to Eclipse communication, user interface, transmission checking. Okay. Permits an Eclipse computer and its associated peripheral devices to communicate with either an IBM 360 or another Eclipse workstation. Multi-leaving is supported, but what is it? You know, aside from what a tree does to not die. Dude, okay, this is crazy, okay? This is like completely stupid, weird, random thing, okay? I was at Target. I forget why. I literally don't remember. And I was looking in their plant sections, okay? And Target had this plant that was just one leaf that just grows out of the pot. It was the best thing ever. It's clearly some kind of succulent type thing, like it's a real thick one. But it's just like one leaf, just like straight up out of the dirt. Hilarious. So I know that's not a multi-leaving plant. I want one of those. It's so weird. Will let you connect to Mark's IBM mainframe with a modem, though? Not necessary. No, that's a 1401. That's older than the IBM 360, I think. I assume you mean Curious Mark, and by Curious Mark's IBM mainframe, you mean the Computer History Museum's IBM 1401. Target is too high dollar for me? I'm not sure what you mean. We don't currently have any sub goals. I think we have had a total of one sub goal on this channel. It's all the leaf I can handle. Dude, it's one real good leaf though. Eclipse to Eclipse communication. Hamlet allows Eclipse to Eclipse communication for fast, efficient transfer of programs, data records without any user prompting. Multi-leaving, interleaving, and data compression features also used in Eclipse to Eclipse communication. Dude, what now? Hamlet also provides special user interface, permits user programs that receive data from HASP per ASP. Interface formats, transmission. I'm not even seeing anything about like a terminal, remote terminal. Like, this is OCR terminal. Okay, received by the terminal, batch terminal, received by terminal, leaving terminal. Yeah, I don't think it does remote terminal. Okay. Oh, electric leafs are really bad though. Their battery chemistry was terrible, and they didn't have proper cooling management. Their ranges are all like 30 miles by now, at least here in Arizona. So I would not recommend a leaf. No idea what SLASP is, except maybe it's serial line ASP and some kind of nonsense. I mean, we could grab it and run strings on it, see what it looks like it does. Nova, 9-track bad, 9-track bad, Eclipse. Is there even one we can run? They're listed as bad. Snakes on a serial bus. uh, Let's try the recovery one, I guess. Whatever. I think we're boned. Data General, license material, configuration remote UI module for SLA package, single device 4074 4073, okay, device single doohickey. That's some ASM for some reason. I'm building routines for multiple 4074s. Isn't that disk drive that I... No, these are the hard drives that were booted off of in SimH, isn't it? I think that's what those are. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what those are. Okay, Fortran. That's not a great sign. I don't think this is anything useful. That's a lot of assembly, man. Routine, handles, measure blocks, gang variable, fix line records. Yeah, no, this is not useful. Nope. Okay. Text control system. I mean, that kind of sounds terminally. I don't know. Just download it, find out. Not AOS. Let's put it here. Strings, this thing. I keep wanting to do less than because it's such a good song, and it always blows my mind every time that song plays now. It's like Jeff Minter did the music video for this. It is a Nine Inch Nails song with a Jeff Minter music video, and it's like the craziest thing. It's so cool. Is the CPU instruction set documented? I think incredibly well, yes. Okay, let's see. Interrupt, escape key, shift Z, position window, last page of input file. Move window, display, right margin. Wait, is this like a word processor? Oh, that could be cool. Okay, command mode. Redraw screen. Well, this sounds a lot like Vim. Hold on. Wait, this sounds pretty good. Maybe we want this. Screw iCobalt CRT edit. Maybe we want, what was this? TCS. User group software. Ooh. Where? Okay, Data General User Group. Okay. Electronics. Oh. What? There's some terminal emulators on these tapes aside from one. It doesn't say what. 1990. Yeah, I get the content thing. I don't have this backed up. What's this file? This is tape control system rev 1.3. This TCS. Text control system. Sorry, not tape control system. It might be another word processor. Did any of these load? Only one load? Okay, uncompression program. Terminal. Hold on. ACK. Terminal emulator. Xmodem Y folder of X file transfer from benchmarks. Okay, that's not bad. Text. Terminal emulator with Xmodem. Terminal emulation program by down allows Xmodem and Y-modem transfers very simply. Text is distributed to shareware. Maybe new concept MU, very common in the PC world. Okay, this is on September 08. 22 megabytes? That's insane. File 26. That's a lot of tape, dude. Is that even going to be real? I took it, okay. Init MT0 load N MT0 26 illegal block type. Load N MT0 0. Yeah. It's not looking good. This looks like a nightmare to use. AOS, 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 AOS. Yeah, so this might not actually be that useful. Don't get excited. Because I don't even know what a CPD file is. Text.cli. Is there anything that's .sv? .sv. There are. Okay. Not many, but there is Kermit, which I'm pretty sure is not the terminal Kermit. I think we've already seen that before. And it probably doesn't matter because I bet it's on a section. Oh, RDOS. pretty sure it's not that Kermit. Like, I'm fairly confident. Doesn't matter because we can't get the data off of it. Anyway, do we have fload? Flowed. Tape disk to restore. Okay, maybe? Float. Type C to continue. How do I get it? Okay, good. Enter. Okay. Flowed. N MT 0 0 0. Tape has wrong real number. Continue. Brrr. Okay, Control A. It could be fload. I don't know. Because there's two load ones. Oh, CRT edit. Ha! 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 There it is. That's hilarious. It's the old RDOS editor ported over to Visual Studio. So there you go, Visual Studio heads. If you want, you can use CRT edit bindings, finally. It's going to be great. I know it. You're going to get that little command window at the bottom. You're not going to be able to actually just like click with the mouse and select text. It's fantastic. Is a Macintosh program to load AOS VOS compatible dumps. Ooh. So AOS ones are different then. Yeah, I think we're boned on this. We're not getting any files off of this. I would have to figure out how to do like an AOS emulator or something. Pull over image source. Something wins. What? What? Good luck if I don't make it back. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're screwed. This is going to be our final day of trying to find a terminal emulator. I don't think he's going to have it, though. You know, it's not impossible that this could contain something. I don't think it's likely, but it's not impossible. Okay, line input, subroutines. This should be long. Name index. This routine, yada yada yada. Name RDOS util system utilization task. Blah 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 blah. Okay, what was this? Name detect. Oh my gosh! Don't tell me these are like the assembly for. Or their basic programs for this or something? Oh, man. That will be complicated. NCA, loader, bootstrap. Program, file, compare, author, some or another, supporting routines, pack, characters, program. I'll put 2 bytes when they're not equal. Hold on, I'm trying to find the name of like a program in here that we can search to see if it shows up in one of those listings. And then we could potentially determine whether or not one of the terminal emulator programs are in here. Fortran random number generator function. No. Plotting subroutines. You know, it was just plotting. Okay. That's not useful. Oh, there's no way we're getting a terminal emulator on here, is there? Word. You know what? Screw it. Search. Terminal emulator. Not found. Terminal emulator. Not found. Okay. Do I really need a terminal emulator? Yes. Yes. Ah! All right, we can try the other tape. Number 2. That was which one? Reel 2. Let's try reel 1. They're both labeled bad, but let's find out. Why do you need a terminal emulator? We can connect it to a terminal. Reasons. You at least try TCS? No. Terminal. Let's search this way. Blah, teletype or video terminal. Initially, what now? Materials department. Time to port TMUX over. That ain't happening. 200 user terminal. Nope, no terminal emulator there. Man. There were other software collections. Bytetronics. I don't know what that thing is, but it's cool looking. Diagnostics. Oh, I'm gonna guess it's a Nova variant. So this is probably, yeah, it's one of the mil-spec ones. So this is gonna be their like initial setup nonsense. That's not useful. Cryonics or cryonics. Oh man. No, we're not gonna find some. I'm really surprised. I thought for sure we were gonna find something. Out of all of that, maybe I could ask Bruce if he knows of anything on here that'll act as a terminal emulator that'll run on Micronova. What's an Avion? Those are crazy looking. So you got a monitor, you got a little closet workstation server, you got the big boy, you got the desktop, and you got the chair. Oh, that's it. Just this. Okay. So I'm gonna guess this wasn't a big seller. Well, well, this is the MV is the Eclipse stuff. Eclipse lasted longer. Would have made sense for it to stick around at least through Y2K. But these definitely would have been these systems that needed Y2K updates. 100%. So this is actually the year 2000 updates. That's a really cool historical artifact there. I would bet a lot of money, like all my money, that Bruce Ray was one of the people who's going around fixing Y2K bugs. I bet that was happening. Well, that's unfortunate. That blast didn't work. No, both blast and gate required more memory. Wait a minute, what's MPOS? Is that multiplayer operating system? Let's figure out what MPOS is, because that'll run. What if it just comes with a terminal emulator? They're like, this is the multi-terminal operating system for, you know, running remote stuff. Yeah, MPO, it's just straight up, you start the operating system, and bam, it's ASCII Doom right there. Fast, highly reliable, real-time, multitasking operating system, modular components, low memory, PROM burning, sure, why not, wide range of doodads, Micronova, Nova 4 computer operation. Oh my gosh, wouldn't that be hilarious if it's MPOS on my Nova 4X? Replay the 1866.3 Apache RTC driver for Y2K bug? That's cool. I ordered whatever that chip is we thought was dead on there. Gate required, oh, that's right, gate required Eclipse. Yeah. Easy to use, single user. Oh, single user multitasking real-time executive. Okay, so even if we still aren't going to be able to do dual terminals on there, even with MPOS. RIP. People getting my hopes up today, I'm disappointed. Yeah, me. But no, single user. You only got one keyboard. How many different tasks do you need to run? Houston, automatic spooling priority. DG General HASP is not going to be... Oh, no, I don't think so. No. Especially because it keeps mentioning IBM 360. If I know one thing, it's that old IBM terminals suck to deal with, and that anytime you go anywhere near one of those, your life just gets noticeably worse. It's probably the one silver lining to the keyboard weirdos hoarding all the beam springs is that no one actually wants to use any of those terminals. I think more than a few people would like to use 3270s. Ah, yes. Okay, so let's look that up. IBM 3270. Okay. So this is an IBM 3270. Okay. Looks okay. That's fine. Whatever. Wow, that's a lot of burn-in. That sucks. So yep, that's a console. It looks very space age. Okay. So let's see. What does the back of one of these look like? Oh, someone made an adapter? Well, that will make it slightly more usable. Yeah, that's my main thing, is that they aren't RS-232. That's why they suck. So it looks like they made probably a USB serial adapter of some kind. I'll be interested, wanting to learn more about IBM something or another, connected to master on the mainframe server via something doohickey, Arduino. Oh my gosh, it's getting updates still? Okay, well fine. I guess one of them you can use. I'm just looking through these to see if anything jumps out at me, because I swear we found more terminal emulators, but maybe not. Okay, Blast is fail. AOS CEO, that was when we were looking at a word processor. No. Probably won't run on the Micronova anyway. CompuCalc, I'm just going to go out on a limb. No. Dataplot, also probably not. AOS, no. DGGate, no. HASP, most likely not. Looks like we could run it, but no. No, we don't have games. AOS games doesn't run on our hardware. AOS is an operating system that we do not have for the Micronova. Info Window 2, relatively modern? Yeah. IBS.
Ultimate subscribed with Prime. They've subscribed for 29 months. And says, well, at least the ad I just got shown reminded me my sub was due for renewal as of half an hour ago. End of line.
Ben, thank you for the Prime sub and for 29 months. I appreciate that. Was there a spool of twin axe in the storage area? I mean, I guess that's for S-video cables, but yeah. Documentation, software, utilities, doodads. Okay, let me find IBS. Let's just look. I don't remember if we looked at what this is. Oh, it's not listed. We'll never know. It's a language, isn't it? Language. It stands for irritating business syntax. What is it? RDOS, RTOS. I mean, it's listed as bad, so it's not a great sign, but let's just find out what it is. Strings. Doodad. To are you less than. Okay. Which instruction set is provided by your CPU? Nova, Eclipse, okay. Which type of I/O bus? Maximum string length. Okay. Is this a number of address switches? What address do you expect the switches? Okay, that's getting a little weird. Software configuration. Which operating system will be used with the configuration? It's not looking great. DGL is a language. So runtime, library, something. Runtime, library. Real-time, operating documents, all formats. It requires RDOS for one. That's not a great sign. It might run, but it's not likely. Okay, an understanding of assembly language will help use DGL runtime routines. It's really not looking great. Bulk of this manual is primarily reference, although they didn't say primarily, they said primary. Brief descriptions of each call, organize routines into groups, blah, 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 blah. Okay. It's an algol derivative, yeah, but that's not... I don't think it's a terminal emulator. I think it's a programming language. Did see GPIB? Yeah, there was Ben found a record of a GPIB card for the Micronova, which obviously I would trade my left arm for. But we're never going to see one. Oh, you just wanted to see the manual. The manual is super boring. Oh my gosh, the first like 85 pages are just index. I'm going to just skip into the middle. Would it work any better? I don't think you know what gpib is. Gpib is just like serial. It's another interface. But it would allow me to directly communicate with all of my electrical engineering test equipment. Yeah, I don't understand this at all. So, I don't know. I see Algol, and it makes me think of Algodoo, which was a really cool, like, weird soft body physics kind of education-based game type thing. But it was only education after they renamed it from Fun, Phun, because they started realizing they could sell it to schools and that made way more money. I should see if I still can download my copy of that and make sure that I have Fun backed up somewhere. Oh my gosh, I might have to go dig through some really old hard drives to find a copy of Fun if it's not on archive.org. Okay. These are technically terminal, but they're weird terminals, so they're not useful. RTI OS. No. Sensor Access Manager. SLA driver. I don't have a resin printer here. SLASP. I think we downloaded that and tried to look through it, right? And it wasn't that useful. Yeah. Sort merge, no. Trend view. I mean, I don't have an Ethernet card, so we're not going to be able to connect to Google Trends. Man, there was even DLC all the way back on the Data General. It's just so annoying. You get the tape and you run it through the computer and you find out it's only 85 megabytes and it just contains a Steam key, and the computer's got to download the rest of your word processor over DSL, and it's just so annoying. Revision systems at this time were you take your copy of it and you put it in a box, and that's the revision that you have backed up. There are no software revision controls at this time. TCS was a word processor. How hard is it to write software for the Micronova? Very. 4K videos. I like it. I wonder what that is. Absolute binary is what that extension means. That means it's a paper tape file. I forget what the commands are for that, but we can, in theory, load that. But I don't know what that runs on. But we would execute it directly by loading it from the console debug. 4K meant RAM, almost certainly. I don't know what video display test means, though. Oh, 8K. Psh, get your stupid 4K out of here. We're going to have so many pixels that you literally physically can't see them even if you get too close. Since we're clearly, like, wasting time here because we can't find anything. I think it's really hilarious how many people are crying about the Switch 2 not being an OLED, and it's an LCD. OLED, yeah, deeper blacks, better saturation on the colors, better color clarity between subpixels. It does look better. But the Switch 1 OLED, they did not get the subpixel rendering correct. And if you set your Switch to the dark theme, and then look at any of the bright white lines on the dark background, and I can't remember if it's horizontal or vertical, but you will see green and red subpixel rendering issues because it's not correct. The subpixel order between the OLED and the regular LCD panel is different, and they did not account for it in the software, and it looks awful. I hate it. Two, I don't think anyone's ever complained about Apple's LCD MacBooks looking bad. So, yeah, there are plenty of fine LCDs out there. Interface bus software. Weird. I think we downloaded it. We looked through it, right? No? Let's grab it. Why not? It's not like we got anything better to do. Unfortunately, it's bad. Or did we download it? Maybe we did. Oh, that was literally the last thing we looked at. So, I think is that byte swapped? Yeah, so let's byte swap this really quick. Actions, byte swap. Boop. And now we'll strings this. Oh, it's not byte swapped. It's just weird. Wait, that was byte swapped clearly there. Okay. Isobrewer controller in charge. GPIB! GPIB mentioned. Place Power Max screens, technically. Blank is not bad looking, yeah. And now all of this is borked. Yeah, I don't think IBS is terminal emulator. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't make me think terminal emulator. All right. Trying to think if there's anything else we could do with the time we have left. Something more interesting. You could play with something with the phone. I don't know. Blah. I am really surprised we couldn't get a terminal emulator running with how many there are. That none of them are applicable or will run on the computer. I don't want to go through that whole process right now. For one, let's go look at it. Did we download it? Text control, we did. Here. Let's do this. I'm just going to go out on a limb and guess it's too big. It won't run. Just like everything. Illegal block type. That's weird. So, load. So it's bootable. End of file. So I don't know. I guess you have to boot it. That's even worse. Sure, 98360 have GPIO card. I think it does. I don't remember. I don't really care if it does. GPIO cards. It's useful if that's actually the computer you're doing work with, but outside of that, not really. I don't know if end of file means end of tape or not. File does not exist, yeah. Okay. I think tar basically does the same thing. There's like a fake file at the end that marks it as done. It's been a while since I used tar. Wish LTO made more sense. Maybe LTO 5, but... Let's see if we can do this. Attach, copy, actions, image, this, paste, go, can't open, wait, did this say the same thing? Can't open, wait, no, it opened it. Why can you not? Well, that's weird. I want to change directory to mag. Oh, because we're not in SimH. CD SimH. There we go. Now we can run this. All right, boot MTA. You know what? Actually, this might be an AOS tape. Yeah, that would make more sense. That's probably why it doesn't work. Playful, it gets even weirder. Here's a challenge for anyone who has a LTO drive just for kicks. Try and write the ISO for, I think it's Ubuntu 12.04, to a tape and see if it finishes. Just straight up, don't do anything to the data. Just write it straight to it with tar. Because I have a feeling it won't finish for you. Because I tried to do that, and it was sending some kind of like end of file type signal in the middle of the ISO, and it would error. I had to zip the thing, and then I could send it. Tape is weird, man. All right. Well, you have to specify MTA 0. No, because that's... Wait, no. I don't think so. But I don't know. That's on the SimH side, which is impossible to figure out. Since it hung, I'm pretty sure it was trying to do something. No, you don't. I don't have to byte swap that because that's a SimH file. It's made for SimH. I only have to byte swap the floppies because I'm converting them from SimH to real data. So SimH, these are all already SimH data. I don't know, whatever gets shipped on Ubuntu as far as tar. I think that's literally all of the software we could run on the Micronova that's worth running. I mean, maybe Basic. We could get Basic running on there probably. But that's going to be it. So it'll be Business Basic, Nova Business Basic, RDOS Business Basic. Yeah, so we could probably get that running on there, but that's it. So here we go. 2017, it was 1404 desktop, Ubuntu. So here we go. Trying to do this, can't write file. That's what it would do. I got as much help as you would expect. This is one of those times where I realized if I'm asking the question, there is no answer. And I hate it when that happens, and it happens a lot. Now, I'm still not telling you what the original intent is, because there is a workaround. It's just a boring workaround. So I'm still not telling you what the thing is. That's old, 2017? 2017 is not that old. My favorite part is that LTO4 was out of date. So let me search so much stuff that when I ask if no one has the answer, yeah, I hate it. It's awful. I wish I had stupid problems, but no, I have hard problems. Yeah, so basic is it. We can run basic on it. That's the only thing. That's it. Basic is the final frontier for Nova. That's disappointing. I mean, basic's cool. Don't get me wrong. We could write software. We could have fun with it. People in the comments on the Micronova video desperately want me to try running a basic game on there, but I don't think they understand quite how the syntax varies, and especially with weird data general basic, it's definitely going to have issues. So it would take a lot of work, and I'd have to do all of it in the emulator because it's going to be just transcription. Ugh. Some might call these giant computers and no software run on them the stupidest problem. I know, right? You can write an editor in BASIC. I'm not writing stuff in BASIC. It's not Dartmouth BASIC. It's business BASIC. I guarantee you the syntax is going to be weird. Yeah, people want me to port Star Trek. They want me to port... I don't remember what the other stuff is. There's some, like, text adventure game. It's just, there are people who like old computers, think that stuff's fun. They just don't quite understand the technical implications of porting software. Like, Zork was available for everything, but it was not available for data general. And they weren't actually specifically asking about Zork. I mean, someone probably did, but there was some else. I don't know what it was. Yeah, it's 32 kilowords. So in reality, in normal people terms, it has 64 kilobytes of RAM. I mean, I own swords, Ben. I could do it. There are days where I want to. Trust me. All right. Well, Jason, there's no software for them to put on disks like that. That's not a thing for data general. That just doesn't. No. We've been eaten by a DG Guru. Yeah. All right. I think we call it. There's nothing else to really do. Other than work on the keys, to finish that keyboard and the USB keyboard adapter, I really think we're closing in on the extra innings of data general stuff being done. We will make a basic disk. It just makes sense to just have it. But it'll be CRT edit. It'll be basic. And that's it. So what's next? Well, I'm not giving away any non-data general stuff because I don't want to be held to anything in particular. But yeah, we still have to repair this keyboard. I'm going to 3D print new keys for it. And then we're going to make a keyboard emulator that'll allow me to plug a USB modern keyboard into one of these. And I have my reasons for doing that. So I have all the parts for that to try and make that. But then it's going to be no more data general for a while. Just time for a break. So, yeah. Basically, you need to mess with, show it off doing something practical. Yeah, but... Any more big projects? Definitely not that I'm going to hint about so I can be harassed about them for the next 5 years. Sorry, but that's just after that, I have been keeping stuff closer to the chest. I don't tell you guys about anything anymore because it sucks to be bothered about it. So, yeah. What's the keyboard interface on them? Completely proprietary. Ben was looking, and it looks like it is a 8-bit parallel ASCII interface. So we can pray usable terminal emulator services one day. Yeah, that'd be nice. So, all right, it's time for me to connect to my server and run the outro. I don't know what I just moved on OBS, but hopefully it needs to be centered. Why are people so mean to me? They don't even try to be mean. It's just having that stuff be brought up over and over and over again wears on you. Like, it's not mean. It's just when I hear the same thing for the 50th time, I'm over it. But all right, here we go. That is all for today, and I think that's it for the software on the Micronova. Like I said, I will write a set of basic disks, whatever that takes at some point, but I think we have achieved what we can for software in the Micronova. Kind of, unfortunately. I really, really thought we could get a terminal emulator running on here, but it doesn't seem like it. So, yeah. But all right, we can do Hello World. I mean, we do need to do a Hello World in ASM at some point. That is true. Yeah. All right. That is going to be it for today. So we will work on the 3D printed keys most likely next time. We'll get some models made on Friday and then start printing them on Saturday probably. That way we can do it at the start of the stream. So, yep. But all right. That's going to be it for now. So if you guys enjoyed the stream, you may want to follow to be notified when I go live again next. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon or get a shirt like this one. But that's it for now, and I will see you all next time. I changed OBS over here. It's weird now.